Hey there and welcome to the Max Not Binary. I'm Max. We are back in Oxygen Not Included. Life admin vaguely sorted, I suppose. At least for the moment. You vote on taming the oil biome? Well, that may be on the agenda. There are a number of things that require taming. How are we all doing, chat? Welcome into you, Wrecked, Neo, Nematrek. It's good to see all of you and to everyone in chat. I hope you are having a lovely Tuesday, full with considerably less life admin than I've had to do this Tuesday. So in terms of things to tame, we were sort of taming this one, yeah? Now, hang on, let me do the thing. Which is absolutely fine. We're taming it away, it'll be fine. But there is a slight problem, which is this one is actually going to go off even sooner. A roll call, Dorizia. I see that you have popped up to make sure that you make it. It is good to see you. Hope you're having a good one. Yeah, so we need to do that as well. I'd quite like to use this one for just steam power. I mean, we've got so much water, we don't really need it. So I'd be quite interested to geotune this one and see how that works. I've started putting some stuff in for the copper volcano. Nobody cares about chlorine. We did the 3 natural gas geysers in the last episode. We did place some oil wells, though I have not built the infrastructure. It is certainly something we could do with this water from these. There's not really supposed to be steam in there. Interesting. Alright. Oh, I know why there's steam in there. Do you know what I've forgotten yet again? Chat. Because every single time. Yes, that would be it, Nematrek. Every time. Without fail. Kenosos, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely day. We might also want to do this at some point today. That might be interesting. How are we going to get in there? We could just turn this off. That's what we might do. We'll turn this off. We'll let it fill with water. And then we can just come in the top. It'll be fine. Right. Yeah, that's kind of it. So I hope you're all having a lovely Tuesday. Let's continue with our All Achievement Challenge. We are building this in order to go to space. We're just sort of getting this all sorted out. We're getting there. Let's mark these for deliver. We'd like to deliver some suits up here. We'll have to make them. I don't think I've made them. You like the paintings around the shipping container. We did it to make Jorge happy. We don't really need it anymore because now Jorge is happy and has come to join us. But I haven't really demolished them because they're fine. If you geotune it hot enough, you don't need to worry about temp shift plates because it gets eaten by the turbine instead. I mean, that it will be true on this one, but noticeably on this one it doesn't work that way. So we'll have to wait for a bit there. Something I might like to do. What is this set on? Yeah, it's just not really transferring it quickly enough. Whatever. I was having a thought. Oh, I know what the thought was. The thought was that we need to make 3 more suits to go to the ship. That was the thought I was having. Lovely. So, yes, all of this is sort of pottering along merrily. Or at least adequately. Maybe not actually merrily. So what have you been doing there, chat? Have you been having lots of fun? I'm pleased to see that this is sorted. What were we attempting to do in terms of achievements? I think we were going to send this one to do whatever it's called. Soft launch. That's what it was called. So we're going to send that one to do soft launch. And then, I don't know, some stuff. I don't know what we're going to do after that, to be honest. Probably more, who gives regular balloons away? I've no idea. Let me look at my supply closet. I thought I'd changed that. All. Overjoyed responses. Oh no, apparently we're set on this. Can we give away puffs? I'd like to give away puffs, thanks. Back. We'll see if they sort that out. Okay. What am I up to next? Oh, I'm sort of still carrying on with this, aren't I? This is sort of coming along. These guys are building some temperature shift plates. Good work, duplicants. This needs more water, but obviously now we've got a slight problem. This is slowly sorting itself out. There probably isn't a good way to come in down there, unfortunately. We will set up the temp shift plates though before I forget. We don't need that one. That one doesn't do a lot of good, to be fair. I've built it there though, haven't I? Let's deconstruct that one. I don't really know who our balloon giver even is, to be honest. Somebody. What am I doing next? This, yes, we've got stuff going on down here. I need you to build that. I've set it up so that there's 2 turbines on this, but I'm not entirely sure that 2 turbines are required. But that's what we've got for now. Dig this out. These are supposed to go around here. I wish to put a battery in now that I've got space. Yes, we'll make it out of steel. Thank you. I guess we'll use a steel power wire to join these 2 up. But beyond that, we probably don't need steel. We can probably use copper, but we don't have loads of copper. Game. I might have to have less saves on. Excellent. So I think that should do it. Let's have a look at our saves. Options. Game. How often are we saving? Every 5? I think that's fine, actually. So this is slowly filling this. So, what should the, if we're gonna just make this sort of geo-tuned, this one only really requires 2 steam turbines. Because even when it's active, this one's a lot less powerful than the other 2 we've got. The other 2 both produce like 5 kilos while they erupt. But this one produces less than 4. So I think we only need 2 steam turbines above it. Do we need anything else? Or do we just pour water in it and put steam turbines on it? Don't know if anyone has done this and can comment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I certainly would be interested if people know 2, 3, 4, 5. How that is likely to work. Let's get this stuff dug out. We'd also like to get this all swept out. Cheers. Thank you. Because I have never used a geotuner. So we'll have to think about that. They're massive, if I recall correctly. Really, really massive. Yes. I think that definitely counts as pretty massive. Oh, it's only 4? It seems bigger than 4. Let's see. What's going on with our research? We're just waiting to do a little bit more of this, and then we can carry on into monuments. Never actually geotuned either. We seem to end up with more water than I know what to do with without one anyway. Well, that's actually why I want to geotune this one, is because, Rowan, you're a bit stuck, aren't you? I see there. Why don't you deconstruct that and then you can get out again. Because we have got loads of water, I thought if we geotuned this one, we essentially can kind of ignore the water a little bit and use it for heat more than water. So focus on power rather than water. But I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes. What's this? This is infectious polluted oxygen. What have I got that I haven't tamed now? 2 chlorine gas vents. I want to geotune it 4 times then. Does that mean I need 4 geotuners? That is a lot. I mean, I haven't really got anything to do with this floor. I built a petroleum boiler. I think I might do that as well. I've got like this space here that I might build a petroleum boiler in. So, we might do that too. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we could make this into like a whole geotuner room. I don't know what we're going to do with the eggs. I mean, we are starving these hatches to death, so possibly we could just put them in there. Partly we're just building things for fun now. We're not really building them for any particularly good reason. Since currently my power needs are mostly met by solar. I mean, last 5 cycles we've required like 20% of our coal production. So, not loads. Oh, people are still running on the wheels. Do you know what? Do you want to stop doing that? I've got coal. Just fill the coal generators instead. It'll be much better. Thank you. Alright. Oh, I wonder if they took those up to the rocket. We took 2 of them to the rocket? That's not too bad. Better than might have been expected. Now, I'd like to put a power fitting on here. Oh, this is going to be a thing, because we're going to have to try and avoid the power wires for the pixel packs. Because I'm not very interested in them being wired. Can I do this? Yes, amazing. What else do we actually want to have wires in? We might have a couple of things here, so we'll run them from there when we get around to it. Cool. Other things we will want to do are water. There we go. That will sort out the toilet water. And then we'll want to do gas pipes, but I might let them finish a bit of the stuff they're doing first before we do the gas pipes. undecided what we're going to do about these eggs and where we might put them. Aggravating. If I just let all of it out, we'll I assume that'll bring the pressure down a little bit. Also, I want it in here anyway, so since it's not helpfully oh, actually that's not gonna help, is it? Change my mind. That is in no way what we want to do. We actually want to fill it up with water if we at all can, so that we can get into it easily and put the things in it. Right, I'm picking all this stuff up. Thank you. Let's get rid of all of that. Who is idle? Neo? Oh wow, I can't believe we've actually run out of things for Neo to do. Which of these pools have food poisoning in it? This one? Right then, why don't we get you to pour any polluted water into this one, since it already has polluted water in it. And that will allow us to move that around. Yeah, whatever. There you go. Well done, Neo. And keep you busy for 5 minutes. Liquid polluted water. Lovely. Also, more CO2 than you know what to do with. Oh, for the petroleum boiler? Yeah. Well, you just feed it to slicksters. I mean, to be fair, you find it difficult to get enough slicksters to eat all of the polluted water. We'll take some salt water. I don't want any of these. We have, in the great scheme of things, actually produced very little carbon dioxide on this map. Look, even down the bottom, there is not very much carbon dioxide down here. Even here, underneath our coal generators. And even in our oil biome. How many Pacu do you need per dupe to feed them omelets, assuming tame Pacu? I've never worked it out with omelets. I've only ever worked it out with cooked seafood. So cooked seafood is about 16 or 17, I think we worked it out. So omelets is probably more, because isn't there less nutrition in omelets? We could check. This one was right. Omelette. No, do I not know how to spell omelette? Can we not look up foods? Omelette. Oh, omelette. Why has it got an extra letter? 2,800 calories versus cooked seafood. No, it has more calories. Ah, but how much do you get per fish? So you get 2,800 per fish for that. You do get way more eggs if you're feeding them. That is true. This only produces 1,000 calories. I don't know. Right, okay. Yes, I guess if you're feeding them forever, it might be a better way of doing it. I usually like to imagine that I'm not going to feed them forever. To be fair, I'm not sure I've ever actually given up feeding them. despite the idea being that I'm not going to feed them forever. I think on the whole I just feed them forever, and that is the way of it. I think we might start putting them in the back of this. So, I think we might move these up here. And, oh, hang on. These can be lead. So this can be lead. Anyway, how was my weekend? My weekend was very good, thank you, me. It was, we had guests, I think I was talking about it. Partner's family were here for a bit. So, yes, guests were around the place, but they were very civilized guests, and it all was fine. So that was nice. Do we want this light? I suppose we can keep this light. We need the light for a laboratory anyway, I think. Which is what I'm going to turn this into. Are you not crowded in here? No, you're doing fine. Excellent. Where are they going to take that copper? One wonders. Are they going to bring it up here? That is my hope, but I suppose I can't necessarily guarantee it. How about you, mate? Did you have a good one? I was moderately disappointed that I didn't get to spend much time playing Pokemon Go, which is what we often do of a Saturday, because we instead had to entertain relatives, which, you know, seemed like a lot to ask if you ask me, but what are you going to do? Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. You are going to be a hatchling. You don't have any power. Oh, these ones need some power, to be fair. I didn't get very far before I restart. One time I uncovered a volcano and all my dupes died trying to build around it. If it was a regular volcano, yes, I'm not entirely surprised. Your best bet if you accidentally uncover something very, very hot is to use a temperature shift plate made of probably coal. I think dirt works as well. And you do that. If you put it behind the magic spot, which is second from the left, second up, when the volcano goes off, it will turn that spot into refined carbon, which will block it up. Dirt turns to sand and falls. Excellent, thank you, Nematrek. My stress level is so high right now, I'm amazed I can get out of bed. I do expect the levels to drop over time. Oh, I hope so, me. I'm sorry to hear that you're having a slightly tough time right now. I hope that things improve for you. Yes, we will enable auto bottle. There we go. So yes, use a coal temperature shift plate. And that will assist you with covering something up that you have accidentally uncovered. That is my suggestion. Express. Don't need to know that they don't have any things in them, because that is deliberate. Right, we can deconstruct this automation. Also, there's a random wire here. Oh, look, this light should probably have a thing. Those can go. Right then. In here, I was thinking that we wanted to put a geotuner. Now, I also think I wanted to put something else. I had a whole other... Ah, this was it. That was the other thought I had. I thought we could also put an artifact analysis station in it for a minute. Oh, really? There you go. How much have I got on this? Should be alright. Maybe. Because the other thing I was thinking is that we have a couple of like things that we can display. Oh, it's igneous. Granite. There we go. You get on with that. Let's go with this. Excellent. Oh, I know what I was having a thought about. I wanted to clear this out. Well, we'll worry about that in a minute. You. Do we just... It's just gonna do it magically? Insufficient resources. I mean, is that really true? Because we have, like... this. And we have... what was the other one I was thinking of? There was something else that we have I was thinking of. I don't know what it is. Something. But we definitely have the morb. We can look at this. Right, what do we have? We have the morb, we have the toolbox. And we have somewhere... this one. Remove. Maybe we can't look at any of those. Can we not look at any of those? Oh, I know what it needs. So if I recall correctly, they have to be able to both be a master artist and be allowed to do researching. Ashcan. If I do that... Turner is putting this thing in Ashcan number 1. What did you put in, Turner? A stethoscope. Will they not do the other ones? You're outside of a laboratory. That is fine. I can help you with that by just building another one. Right. Oh, this is why you can name them, look. Oh, it's a good way to remember what you've got on your map, though. Oh, I forgot we had all of this salt water. Got so much salt water. Ah, nuts. Right. Which one is the one down here? You there. NJ423. NJ423. This geyser is targeted by one geotuner. Okay, I don't know what that does. I've been meaning to geotune a saltwater geyser. What, so it comes out as, what's it? An artifact from a past civilization was analysed. The stethoscope. Steam and salt. The size and shape of this stethoscope suggests it was not intended to be used by neither a human-sized nor a duplicate-sized person, but something halfway in between the two beings. I don't think I've ever read that before. Also weird. Also, what do duplicants know of human-sized beings? We have to give it bleachstone. I don't think I like that I have to give it bleachstone. That is not something I want to be carrying into my base. Let me turn this off again for a minute. You're the pod, so we know what human-sized beings are. I definitely don't think that I'm the pod. Because I think the pod talks to me as a separate entity from the pod. Frankly. Right. I mean, we can produce bleachstone. We have plenty of... You're the pod, I'm the storage bin. Can I name the pod? Oh, no, we can't name the pod. Sad times. But yeah, I've never been sure about the idea that of the law that I'm the pod, I have to say. You there, Rocket. How are we getting on with this? We don't seem to be generating a whole lot of glass. Is there a reason for that? Let's go and have a look. Also, I've had a thought here. What if... Oh, there is some glass there. Somebody just hasn't decided not to build the stuff. Yeah, I thought so. I knew there'd be a way to get them behind that door, if I wanted. You're a schizophrenic AI and you talk to yourself. I mean, possibly. Neo, have you run out of things to do again? Oh, no, no. No, the worst has occurred, chat. The worst has occurred. Well, now there's germs everywhere. Oh well. I'd care about it, but I'm not sure I can bring myself to care about it massively. So we'll just cope with the fact that there's germs everywhere and not worry about it. I could care about it, but I choose not to bother. What we got here? Natural gas. We've got 2 natural gas ones over here as well. It's a very natural gas heavy run. It's nearly as natural gas heavy as your run, Arazir. What colony achievement have we earned? Let's have a look. Mother Earth, raise a duplicant's agriculture attribute 220. No, I just don't really care about a simple decontamination setup. We could just boil it, can't we? That's a pretty simple decontamination setup. One of my dupes farted without a suit in my magma vacuum zone yesterday. I was mad. Was it Neo? Neo's comment suggests to me that it was Neo. Oh, well, I'm going to share it for everyone else in the Discord then. Alright. Fair enough. Is it just boiling the thing? View interior. Let's have a look at this. Right, errands. Nobody's very interested in doing this. Construction or supply? How about actually building the damn thing? Alright, okay. Nobody wants to do that. Rocketry, doctoring, supplying, digging, suit wearing and supplying. No, you're building impaired. We're not having anyone who's building impaired being a digger. That is a recipe for disaster. Have you been inspected? Yes. There was something I was looking for over here. Do we know what it is? Glass. I wanted to look at the glass forge. How much glass have we got here? Quite a bit. well, we'll wait and see. Running it through 3 water tanks, each built on uranium doors. Oh, yes, I've seen that one. Oh, it wasn't you, but Arizia reloaded, and so it never happened. I mean, that's cheating, Arizia. Cheat. Clearly cheating. How very dare you. Right. I want some water. So let's go down here and get some. Excellent. Yeah, I didn't want that water. Thank you. In a playthrough that like that, I think every single thought that happens should be allowed to happen. Absolutely. Max rage. Obviously, I don't care. Do what you like, Arizia. Also, it's a single player game. You can't cheat. Unless you're going to claim something like... I don't know. What could you possibly claim? I would say that even if GC reloaded something to stop something happening and then claimed to have the max dupes ever, I still wouldn't, you know, think that that had made any difference to whether he had the max dupes ever, you know? So I'm not entirely sure what sort of thing I would think that cheating is a problem for in Oxygen Not Included. I'm not sure there is anything that would really bother me. I mean, yes, but I wanted to save you guys watching me pump out the fart for 15 minutes. Fair. I just make them watch me do that anyway, Arizia. That is my solution to that problem. Is it a good solution? Who knows, but it is the one I have. Free content. Hello, Brainless. Community saves, where you work on a save as a community. What, you think that would be, they would be against you cheating? I guess it depends on the rules of your community save, really, doesn't it? Whether in some way that would be an issue or not. Is there actually an Iron Man mode? No, I don't believe so. Oh, I've got the snapshot back. Amazing. Fantastic. Right. Snapshot. Gas pipes. Super. Alright. Oh no, I can't do it. I can't do it because I can't go to the other thing. Oh no, I can. Maybe. Maybe. I need to go to regular no overlay. No overlay. In here. Yes. Victory. Victory is mine. Cool. I'm happy about that. But yes, I do not believe there's any sort of Iron Man that you could enable. And nor do I genuinely believe it would matter if you could. Right. I'm going to build an additional suit dock here. So that we definitely have the metal here. For when I want them to actually dock their suits. Victory! Marriage. You idle in your quest to bring germs to the planets, Neo. I don't know how I feel about that. Look at all this stuff. that you could be picking up. It's obviously really important that you pick all this stuff up. Can you tell I haven't actually got anything for Neo to be doing? Pick up the stuff, Neo. No critter eggs. Also no liquefiables. Yes, yes. Not all of this organic. Oh, actually all of this organic is fine. I couldn't give a monkeys, frankly. There's a nightmare mode mod. Because of course there's a mod for that. Yeah. People are a bit weird about their determination that things should be unpleasant, I find. Oh no, it's entirely unreasonable if, like, your gameplay isn't endlessly aggravating. Who would want that? Me. I would want that. Frankly. Alright, and how are we getting on here? Why is my pipe blocked? Oh, because I never actually connected it to there. Well, that'll do it. That will for sure do it. Zen mode gameplay, always. Always Zen mode gameplay. I do not care. I am deeply disinterested in winning, largely. Well, that wasn't what I wanted. I wanted the decor overlay. I wanted to know if we've made it nice and pretty in here. We have made it moderately pretty in here, so that's nice. Maybe we should make the base nice. Do you think? Maybe we should make the base nice. The other thing that maybe we should do is actually shut the top of this base off. Or just accept that it's got an extra layer. Should we just give it an extra layer? I mean, there's no real reason not to just make this a part of the base, is there? Let's consider doing that. Let's just make all of this part of the base. I don't want to have to build another carbon skimmer over there. It seems so wasteful. Alright then. What were we doing next? Oh, I was doing this. This is something I'm moderately interested in getting done. What is this? Not enough yet. Other things I'd like is some power down here. What have we got by way of power down here? That's the wrong overlay. I've got this. Oh, god damn it. I mean, theoretically it should come down here, but we'll worry about that another time. Oh. I'd need a transformer if I wanted to do this. Do I want a transformer? We'll just leave it there and I'll think about whether I want a transformer. For now, I just want to plug the this in. Many backsides. There we go. Oh, hang on. Oh, we'll fix it in a bit. Then build a pump and pump the CO2 over. I mean, I could do that. It's not the worst idea you ever had, certainly. But I'm not sure I'm going to do any of that. I might just leave the CO2 here and not really worry about it, frankly. People are amazingly unwilling to ever build these pixel packs. Oh, it's because we don't have any gold. Oh, I see, that's what the problem is. That is what the problem is. Come here. Let's build some gold. Excellent. Okay. Speaking of pumps. Probably like some small pumps. Where's the mini gas pump? I'd really like to be able to actually... We might do that. Okay. Right. I would like a gas filter or 7. I'm going to pay the power costs to do this. And then we also want a couple of vents, which will require digging up a couple of these things. Oh no, it doesn't. Hang on, cancel that uproot. And this one. Don't need to do that. I've thought of a solution. 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 There we go. Right, we can open these again. Get out of it, you. Alright, so we'll work out what's going on in that in a minute. Can dig that out, I guess. Let's do this so we don't lose our shine bugs. I mean, I don't really care about these shine bugs anymore, but I suppose I'm vaguely invested in keeping them. Just out of sheer bloody mindedness as much as anything else, probably. Right, how are you doing? When are you coming back? Any second. Alright, well, I guess we'll worry about that any second. So, yes, the question was... I've never seen a wrangled slickster before. It's so cute. They are incredibly cute. Do you not ever hatch them in incubators, Nematrak? Right. You don't run slicksters? Fair enough. If we want this to be used for heat, it's gonna increase stuff by 5%. Does it increase this by 5%? How do I find out? Do you just have to press it randomly and see what happens? Okay, look. It would require bleachstone. It would raise it by 20 degrees C. And 727 grams per second. That's quite a lot. I thought someone told me they only increased them by 5 degrees C. 20 degrees C is quite a bit more than that. Temperature increase varies for different types of geysers. All the water geysers increased by 20 degrees C. I don't know why it's so small for CO2 geysers. I mean, that's pretty rubbish, isn't it? They just don't want CO2 to be helpful, as far as I can tell. So how hot is this going to get then? This comes out at 110, 130, 150, 170, 190? Is this what we want it to come out at? 190? Also, it's going to require, I guess it's about the underneath of, like, steam turbine. The cost of CO2 geotuning is polluted dirt. When you have some of that, there's probably better things you can do with it. So if we make this 190, what is this? What did you say here, geotuners? 727. 1454. 1454. 3008. It's gonna put us at like... It's gonna put us at 5 steam turbines to take all the water out. Which assumably we want to do so it doesn't overpressurize. That's a lot. I don't want 5 steam turbines. I don't know about this, chat. Don't know about this idea that we've had here. Keep in mind, you have like 20 tiles to fill. So you can skimp on a steam turbine or 2. Alright. I'd be maybe willing to do 3. This is going to mean that like one of these is in the wrong place. We can move this one along. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we put it there, that would give us room for another steam turbine. How are you going on? Slowly. Very, very slowly. Alright. Yeah, I can't get any water in there. Well, actually that's not entirely true. I might be able to get some water in there. And then we can just fill it up with water. Alright. Oh, this is the one I actually want to pay attention to, and I keep forgetting about it. Excellent. You are emptying that. Amazing. Is anyone gonna bring more water? Maybe one day. Okay. This isn't gonna work, however, because we've never actually performed a liquid lock here. I'd like to point out. Can we move you one further along? Let's deconstruct this. And then we can set up one of these, so we can actually put some petroleum in here and have a liquid lock. Thank you. G. Right, you, liquid, petroleum, get bringing. Super. Thank you, Amari. Let's do this. Okay, cool. So what should I be putting in here? Do I just need to make a big gap? Do I just need to make a big box with some water in it? Do you intentionally make the Indiana Jones theme song when you do do-to-do? No, it's not my usual do-to-do, but I may be making the Indiana Jones theme tune recently, since there's obviously been a reasonable amount of talk about Indiana Jones with the Oscar for what's his face? I don't know what his name is. The man who was in both Indiana Jones and Everything Everywhere All at Once. Oh, it's not quite Nora. No, not Harrison Ford. The guy who played Short Round. Ke Hui Kwan. That's probably butchered. They, right. They. Yeah, Ke Huy Quan, who was in Indiana Jones and now is in Everything Everywhere All at Once. No worries. I would recommend having the steam vent bay in the middle of the room, but yes, a large steam room is basically all you need. Really? Oh. Alright. Alright, I'll move some stuff around. You can't have it in the actual middle of the room. If I'm having 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could use 4, I guess. I don't think I need 4. 2, 3, 4, 5. But sure, why not? I'm not short of space. I can do it. I can do it. It is, as we see, going off. Also, yeah, no worries, Rec, don't worry about it. We are chill. How we doing over here? Filling this up? Let's actually deconstruct those two. Since we're filling it from this side, that's going to be useful. I'm kind of sad we can't still infinitely geotune geysers. Am I right in that they removed that because it was technically possible to loop chlorine vents and saltwater geysers to get infinite bleach stone? I don't know if that is why they got rid of it, but I believe there was a range of ridiculous things that you could do if Reddit is to be believed. Which, you know, I mean, believe Reddit at your own risk, I guess, but... nonetheless. Okay. So, are you nice and pretty in here now? Yes, the whole thing is maximum decor. Oh, it's because someone geotuned above 10,000 degrees and crashed the game? Fair. Of course they did. Why would they have done anything else? Right then, you. Algae. Let's look in here. What are you set at? Algae on a 6. And you also have plastic, which is fine. We probably want some of that plastic to go to the other place. That's also, for instance, manufactured materials, plastic 6, steel 6. It's sort of also like, what is overheating? Oh, yeah, well, it's also not doing anything anymore, so we might as well just destroy it. Come here, let me click on it. And I get upset if my base goes above 35. Now then, how much glass is over here? Are you really at 400 degrees C? Alright then. Well, I guess we won't be putting that in the rocket in a hurry. Right. Anyway, you can just get bleach stone from space a lot easier than you can if you're on Puffs. Is that so? Is it quite an easy one to mine? What am I looking for? I'm looking for a gas filter. I'm gonna want 2 gas filters. And the amount of bleach stone you need is a few kilograms a cycle per tune. Right. Oil wells with no atmo suits. Is it? I suppose it's a bit scaldy. Enjoy your scaldings then, Nematrak. It seems like there are more scaldy things that you could be doing though, in the great scheme of massively scaldy things that could be happening. You. Out of this, I would like you to put chlorine. Uh, 0.33 kilograms at 90 degrees is very scaldy. Yeah, I suppose that's quite scaldy. And they have to sit and vent it. Yeah, you're gonna have some trouble with that, I would have thought. Now then. We are gonna require probably a high pressure gas vent here. There's not actually very much chlorine. Oh, well, there's quite a lot of chlorine there. But I reckon we can cope. I reckon we can cope. Maybe. Dee. Hello, Grub Grub. Congratulations, thy name is Barbecue. How are we doing up here? Doing fine? Let's brick that in then. May also want, I guess, to change these floors. If this is, in fact, no longer going to be the top. They don't need to be insulated. Right, you... oh, that's the problem. Breathable gas, oxygen. Let's look at my gases in here. Yes, we appear to be Oh, there's a tiny bit of polluted oxygen. Oh, that's really aggravating. I'll see about that. Once we add the critter renaming mod, I'm gonna have a hatchery named Barbecue. I thought we had the critter renaming mod, to be honest. Would you like to name this hatchling Barbecue? You have to pay for it. But you can, if you would like. Oil well setup is disappointingly effective. Is it disappointing in that you haven't scalded many dupes, or that you have scalded many dupes? Thank you for paying for your thing. We can absolutely name one of these hatches Barbecue. There we go. Yeah, I usually have the critter renaming mod in, to be honest. It would be unusual for me not to have it. Right then, we can deconstruct those. The oil is only 50 degrees C, and the water temp increase of my cooling loop is under 1 degree. See? Told you it wouldn't be that scaldy. Didn't believe me. Alright, what we got going on down here? You sort of need to do that. We'd also like to deconstruct this. That is going to require... it's not going to require anything actually, they can just come in along there. Hop. How is this going down here? We don't have loads of water. We'd probably like a little bit more water in there. Why is your pipe blocked? I know why your pipe is blocked. It is because I have not extended you into the thing. Apologies. Right, let's dig that out. And we are going to put another one of these here. Did that say it was being made of ceramic? No, it's igneous. Lovely. In you get. This is going to come out there. There we go. Cooling loop is set up. I'd like to mop. I also may already have a dupe, so just keep the points if I do. I don't think you do, me. You'd like to mop. Catalina. Can I have a look at your skills? You could have Catalina, who is our bottomless stomached cook, who is also our plumber. We don't have a strict, like, mopping dupe, but I suppose Catalina is probably more like a mopper than any others. Let me know if Catalina fits the bill for you, me. But yes, she's probably the best I've got in terms of people who will be designated to mop stuff. Because most of everyone else, engineers, diggers, Ashkan is a artist and doctor, and the other two non-digging builders I've got are, well, the other three are all engineers. All researchers, rather. I think Catalina's probably your best bet. Come here. You will have a bottomless stomach, but the days of that being a problem are long gone. Welcome into the colony, me. You are our main cook. Who let there be stuff going off in here? And in this one. terrible. Might put some bins up so that we can sweep that out of there. Since it's pretty easy to do. Give them both a bin, and they can sweep the rubbish into it. Research? How are we getting on here? Why haven't we done this? Right, there must be a reason. Oh, we don't have any bolts again. That is the reason we haven't done this. How are you doing? You are full apart from this bit here, which apparently has 32.8 kilos of oxygen in it. Which seems quite a lot. I don't know about you, but that seems quite a lot to me. Bottomless stomach hits home. That's because I forget to eat too much. It's a vicious cycle. Absolutely. As someone who currently is taking some pills that suppress appetite, therefore I forget that I'm hungry. I have been experiencing quite a lot the moments of, am I hungry? Who can tell? Oh, we can't build that. You can't build that diagonally. Sad times. Sad times, duplicants. Thought you'd be able to. You've let me down, frankly. We don't really need any more in here, thanks. Stop that. I found getting brain cancer does that, since I never know if I'm hungry or cold, etc. Wow, Kiwied. I sort of feel like maybe it's only a minor bit of your problems in that case, but I hope this is a past event and that now you are better. And if not, I wish you very well. But yeah, the forgetting to eat is a whole thing. Because then I also definitely get to the, like, to dinner time and I'm like, am I hungry? Who knows? I've eaten the sea 7 times now. Don't you worry about me, I'm a super dupe. Apparently so, Kiwid. I have to say, it does appear that you are in fact a super dupe. Right, there's some steel and some plastic being put in there. What else might we wish to be taking with us to a foreign world? I can't actually go to any foreign worlds because I have to do some things and indeed stuff. We probably do need some glass, but we'll worry about that later. I don't know, what else might we need? Doesn't necessarily... Oh, reed fibre. That's what we'd like. We'd like some reed fibre. But we probably only need like 10 kilos? Let's try 10 kilos and see what we get for that. Now, there is a thing where I could do with deconstructing this and putting in the where is it? It's in rocketry. The telescope. That's what we need. How big are you? 3. Have to get rid of our buddy bud. We could probably get rid of our buddy bud. Or these two? We could also get rid of these. It might be better. What if we deconstruct these two? And put a, what's it in? Hello, Charmich. Welcome in. I'm going to design a dual tungsten volcano chamber because I have 2 that are close together. Sounds excellent. Hope that goes well for you. Alright. I've just remembered that we actually need to go and look at things in space if we wish to be able to, like, go to them. folk making a molten tungsten scroll. I hope that your sister is also well recovered, me. And yes, losing your sense of taste is surprisingly impactful. I actually know someone who doesn't essentially doesn't really have a sense of smell and therefore doesn't have a sense of taste. And their life is surprisingly complicated for something you wouldn't necessarily have thought that would be such a big deal in some ways. But it definitely is. Ah, I see. Do we need that? I'll come back and keep an eye on it. Essentially all I'm looking to do in this one is get as much of this oxygen out the way as possible. My husband's favourite side effect of it all is when he pinches me, I feel it elsewhere. So I go to slap him away and he's not in that spot. I feel it would aggravate me no end if partner was to do that to me. So, but I also can completely understand why your husband thinks it's hilarious. It's forever changing. Right. Let's put it to like a 1. And we would like to put that's it. And then I'd like you to do the same thing, just so we can make sure that we get these out the way there. Oh, I haven't got the I need the mod that allows me to turn off dupe interaction with anything, so that then I could just be like, don't come and put anything in these. But I guess it'll be fine. They can go in there. I mean, it won't be fine. They're gonna move the manky, germy stuff here. Oh, right, I'm gonna have to turn this off. There we go. And we'll just have to do it every now and again that we see them building stuff up in there. Upsettingly. Right. You lot, how are you doing? You're not doing a very good job at filling up with water here. Right, I think we're just gonna go for it and try and get in. They should be able to get down there, and they can stand on the door, and they should be able to hop down off the door, I believe. We're going to find out. How are you doing? You are in fact done. I need to build these. And a steel door. We'll do that first. We can also start to build this. Can you get down there? Rowan, come here. Can you get in here? No. But you can stand on that door. Why can't you hop down off that door? Damn you, Rowan. If we did that, would you be able to? You need to remove one more tile, what, like this one? I don't want to do that. Ideally. No, that has not helped. Okay. This is going to cause a problem when we do this, though. Because this is... If we remove this one, then oxygen is going to get in here. Replace door with ladder. Alright, that's possibly doable. I suppose since we're going in this way, we can probably get rid of all of these as well. Rowan likes the taste of hot water. I wonder if then Rowan is upset about being unable to taste it through the suit. Alright, let's hope they can get in there and do that. Just remember to place ladder with door when done. Yes. Yes. Okay. Now there's this here. Which, we don't really want this. You can just all fall down into there. No worries. He's opening it up every now and again to get a big gulp. Is that what you reckon? Hello, Emily. Build me temperature shift plates. Excellent work. Printables, let's have a quick look. Suit wearing, tidying, and cooking. Oh, I guess we'll just take some sandstone. I don't want any of these. We haven't had a good dupe in literally hundreds and hundreds of cycles, I have to say. Right, I'm going to leave you here with the dupes for a second. I will be right back. I'm sure they'll be fine. Hello there, Willow Rainey. Welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely day. I am in fact back. It's lovely to see you. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Max. This is the Max Not Binary. We play a lot of Oxygen Not Included here, as well as other base builder and 4X strategy games, that sort of thing. Let me give you a shout out, Willow. Thank you so much for the raid. It's lovely to see you. You were playing some Stardew Valley? How... No, good. Sorry, I forgot my words there. We played some Stardew Valley in the past. I enjoyed it very much for a while. So I hope you had a lovely chill stream with Stardew Valley. We are doing pretty well with these dupes. We're trying an all achievement run on the Spaced Out DLC, because I've never bothered to do all of the achievement since the release of the DLC. So we're just sort of on the brink of space. We've been into space a couple of times, but only really to do some research. This is our base. It's a fairly standard base, just sort of basey things. We've got some Drecos here. We've got some industry over here. We're currently trying to tame all of the things on the map. Leofar, welcome in. It's good to see you. Last I checked, we were doing max comfiness. We did do the max morale challenge. The maximum morale that we got to was 102, which I thought was pretty good. But yeah, that was our final total before I had to go on holiday, and my internet wasn't really putting out, not my internet, my game wasn't necessarily going to let us go very much longer than that. But yes, 102 is the most morale I got to. I definitely think that you can get more. Yes, Nemetrek is determined to murder their dupes. We are actually using a mod in this all achievements challenge, and that mod is called Great Giant Leap, and it adds a whole bunch of new achievements, including Master of Disaster, which requires us to have a duplicant die from overheating, slaying, suffocation, and starvation. Now, normally I always have a rule of no deaths, so we may well have to leave that towards the end before I am prepared to allow such a thing to happen. But that is definitely on the agenda for later on. But it's lovely to see you. Thank you so much for the raid once again. I hope that... oh, hell. I hope that I don't pour all my petroleum everywhere, but apparently it's too late for that. It's too late for that, chat. The petroleum is already everywhere. Oh well. One of the noble few me? Right, what are we doing here? We are looking to build that like that. Looking to cancel this out, I think. Conductive wire, copper. Yes, that is what I want. So yes, everyone give Willow a follow. Check in with some, I'm sure, very chill and engaging Stardew content. And welcome in to everyone. We are, on the whole, a very chill, very inclusive community here, where we just sort of natter and I talk nonsense, chat correct me, and we potter along and sort of play some Oni in the background. The ones that die? Oh, the noble few? I mean, possibly. Possibly. Yes, and have Watsits. And sneezing. Always plenty of sneezing. Right, let's finish this one up. I've got a few too many volcano tamers on the go simultaneously right now as I attempt to tame a bunch of stuff that we probably should have got round to some time ago and I didn't get round to. Essentially. That is the truth of what is happening here. We probably should have already done this. We did not. Here we are. That's sort of it. Right. I'm gonna build a thing up there. We can cover that one in. Let's set up a steam turbine. Lovely. Yeah. Oh, hang on. Oh no, we have built it. Amazing. I was briefly concerned that we were going to discover that I had not in fact bothered to build the Aquatuna loop, but apparently I have, in a surprising change from the regular. We've actually done a thing. Where's my steel? I think we should make some more steel. I think I may be about to do that. Let's make some more steel. I thought we were making more steel. Why aren't we? We don't have any iron. Well, let's fix that problem then. Let's make more iron. Then we can make more steel. Then we can do more stuff. How is this going? You've blocked everything because we have nowhere for this chlorine to go. Yuck. I say to that. I do sort of need somewhere for you to go. I guess. I don't really want to vent a bunch of chlorine out into the world, but I'm going to do it. Mopping in CO2 seems like a good way to go. Is this too morbid? I wonder if we could keep you mopping in CO2. We probably could. Someone remind me that me wishes to be the one that suffocates when it is time to murder some duplicants. And it's not at all too morbid. It is apparently one of the achievements, so I think that when we do the one that requires us to make things incredibly hot, where is it? So there's this one, no, there's these two. Is it hot in here? Increase the temperature of a building to 2226.9 and watch the world burn, where we melt a POI. Can I barbecue be slain? I mean, barbecue is definitely going to be slain in the end. Well, in fact, probably not. Barbecue is just going to live to old age. But your spawn may never survive. Maybe when we do this, we will also let a duplicant scald to death. As we do that, these two, I am unconvinced we can actually achieve. Have a duplicant reach oxygen with less than 5 seconds left until suffocation, and reach a triage cot with less than or equal to 10 health without being incapacitated. They seem like they're going to be way too complicated, to be honest. But we'll see. We'll see. You never know. Right. How are we getting on with this? Slowly. That's fine. How are we getting on with this one? Lovely. We've built this, so let's put the door in. They've probably taken all the steel to the rockets, haven't they? Speaking of doors, we need to get rid of this. Will we be able to reach it? I think so. Power overwhelming is easy. Turn on 42 Aquatunas at once. Yeah, I think the power one of them is to overload a 50 kilowatt wire. I think that one will be relatively straightforward. Speaking of mopping, can we please mop this petroleum? Thank you. Is it a vacuum in here? Oh, it is. Amazing. How much water is in here? Do we need any more? Thank you, Mark. That'll do fine. You can now cancel that since you have already mopped the petroleum. Good. We need somewhere to put that petroleum that's out the way. Where can we put that petroleum? Are those achievements part of the base game now, or is that a mod? Max HH. It is a mod. It is a mod called Giant Leap. Let me check. I was looking at it earlier. Yes, it's a mod called One Giant Leap by Stephen. It's on the Steam Workshop. It adds a whole bunch of new achievements, which I quite like. Copy page URL. I'll do. That is the thing that I was looking for. That should take you there. Nemedrake, you've successfully scalded one of your dupes, finally. I mean, I'd say I'm glad to hear it, but I'm not really. I suppose I'm pleased for you, since it was a thing that you wanted. But to say I am glad is definitely not entirely true. Is this enough water? What do we think? We have like 168 kilos across the tiles. I think it should be plenty. I think it should be plenty. Right, where are we going to put that petroleum? That was the thing I was thinking about. We need somewhere to put petroleum. And I don't necessarily have somewhere to put it for safekeeping. Oh, we can also speed up a bit. How is this going? Vaguely successfully. I am going to, for a second, change this to polluted oxygen. Because these are overpressurized, so it should just put the polluted oxygen out, frankly. Excellent. That's what we want to do. Let's try and get this polluted oxygen out of here. We probably can't make it perfect, but we'll do our best. I mean, everything's under pretty high pressure in here. I don't know how chlorine got next to the oil well, but it got me by scalding. I mean, I don't know what to say about the fact that you're thrilled by that, Nemetrack. It seems concerning, is all I can say. There we go. So stick that in there. These can sort of go now to send a grain signal if it's below. Yes, that is actually correct. And then this can go back to 500 kilos. We haven't actually got anywhere for any of that to go currently. I'll think about where I want it to go in a minute. It takes a few saves and loads to settle down, in my experience. Tubes yearn for the void. I don't know how I keep finding them outside without a suit, but they do. Have you got the suit bug going on? There is a bug in the game currently, which I think is still there. I don't know, chat can tell me if somebody has fixed it, but I was not aware of it being fixed, which does result in the dupes being able to escape the base without their suits. The mixed gas was the reference. Oh, yes, yes. No, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, no, this will sort itself out. If we can get the polluted oxygen out, that will help, and then we'll return to try and separate the chlorine from the oxygen. That is the other thing here. I'm looking at like, what are you? And the other thing we could potentially do is stick this somewhere. What if I were to get rid of this for a second? I had not heard of this bug, but it would make sense since there seems like it should be impossible for them to do so. It definitely was a bug that the game had for a while quite recently. I think they have been trying to fix it, but I don't know how successful that has been. Whether fixing it is in fact a thing that has happened or not. I assume chat would know. They tend to know these things. But I do not. Thank you very much for the follow, Max. Always lovely to see another Max. Welcome in. I hope you are having a lovely day. I hope that you enjoyed Willow's stream and that you will enjoy this one too. As we continue on with some nonsense. Definitely nonsense, I have to say. Why is there bleachstone in here? Oh god, right. Sweep 9. I guess any consumable ores? I probably want to take organics as well. Let's take the stuff that might be off-gassing out of here. Because that is not going to help me sort stuff out, frankly. So if you can get on with that, dupes, I would appreciate it. You can also clean that up sometime when you've got a minute. That, however, is considerably less important. Going by what Kenosis is saying, it's not fixed. I mean, that does seem like a fair assumption. One would have to say. Ah. Flooding! Flooding! I mean, I'm saying that like I care, but I don't. I'm in no way bothered by the flooding. It's fine. If I was the sort of person who was bothered by a bit of flooding, I probably wouldn't have this steam vent open and scalding the world down here, you know? Just doesn't seem like a bit of flooding is the sort of thing that's going to bother me too much. One would have to say. There we go. Let's see how much of that you can... Have you seen the changes coming on the test branch? I have. You're letting the steam vent have its last gasp of freedom? Indeed. Oh, we're going to lose a whole bunch of water in here now. But I expect we'll cope. Good job, wrecked. Well, half a good job, wrecked. I'd appreciate you doing the other half of a job. No, you're going to leave it to Rowan? Rowan does love being in here, after all. Big fan of the scaldy water is our Rowan. Right, if we can fix that up, that would be lovely. This is going to be a problem. I actually need you to close, because you will be transferring stuff between you. And that is not something I want to see. I'm quite looking forward to it. I miss having to deal with meteor showers. Is there a suggestion that they will be bringing them back to the base planets then? I'd seen that there was going to be this thing, this building to deal with them. I was not aware that it was gonna... I guess it's a story trait. It does sort of make sense that they would be on the home planets. Send a green signal if it is below... Oh no, if it's above 80. Send a green signal if the temperature is above 80. There we go. 500. If it's above 500, that should be green. There's a difficulty setting, so presumably it'll shower on your first planet on the hardest. Ah. I then also look forward to this returning. I miss it. I don't know why I miss it, but I do. I agree with Knossos. I miss the the things. What were we going to do with this? I was having a think. Oh, I was talking about putting them into the oil wells, wasn't I? That doesn't seem like a terrible plan. We could put them into oil wells. We possibly need a backup, but nonetheless. Yeah, we don't need any of this. We don't need to make plastic from petroleum anyway, so all of... No, careful. Don't want to drop the petroleum. All of this can go. Printables. The shovels. I can't say as I miss the shovels, it must be said. But I do miss the meteors. Well, you know, shovels might be interesting again, because, like, if they bring back the meteors, you might actually be able to do something with Delectables. Because currently, Delectables are a really interesting concept that doesn't have any place in the game, essentially. Which is a bit unfortunate. So it would be kind of cool if they started to have some sort of purpose. I would certainly not be against that. I'm actually going to move to a plant-only diet. I assume in that, Leofar, you are not actually speaking of yourself. You are, in fact, speaking of your dupes. You're not on I thought so. Oh, I forgot that we have actual fish down here. Right. Did we build this little pot? We did. Lovely. This pot... No, not crude oil. This pot is now going to have petroleum in it. We'll put the crude oil somewhere else. I'll still have meats, but not going to be the main food. You can't give up on Pacu lime. Fair. Alright, let's deconstruct this. We might turn this up, because I definitely want any stray petroleum to get moved out the way. Excellent. That'll be fine. Alright, so other things that we could do with doing at this point is... Why don't we extend our lovely thingy? I don't know where we're going to put it. Probably not all the way down here, to be fair. Probably want it to be somewhere closer to this. Maybe where this is? Because we don't need this. We haven't used it since the very beginning, to be honest, so it's not very useful. We haven't used it since the very beginning, so it's not very useful. Oh, God. Like, I'm genuinely making an attempt to make this my job, and this is the way I form sentences. How can this possibly be the case, frankly? Meats only get fed to the tree. I mean, that's another thing I've never done. I've never been to the tree. We have to sort some of this stuff out. So I take it we don't have any water anywhere that could get poured in here. Really? I'm not sure I believe that. I don't know if I believe that game. But we do have some rubble that we would like taking out of there. You've only just done that. Meat for the meat god. Right. How are we getting on with this? We still have a tiny bit of polluted oxygen to deal with. We are having a slight problem that the... yeah, that is a problem. Can we... I'd actually like to disable this one. There isn't actually as much hydrogen in here as I'd probably like. But I'm actually going to move this right down to the bottom. Because we're having chlorine come in here, and that is not what we want. Like, it's in the right place here, because this is the layer that we want to empty in this one. But it's in the wrong place here. So we'll get to that in due course. How are we doing with the polluted oxygen? Just these couple of tiny bits. Oh, and then some down here. Once that is cleared, we can put this back on chlorine. Where are these ones? Oh well, we'll get there. We'll get there. We do need to make some copper. Hello. I'm afraid I need to make some copper. It doesn't thrill me, but it is currently necessary. Right then, how are we doing with our progress towards the monument? Let's have a look at our research. Do we have any more data disks? We do not, so we'd need to go back into space to finish this anyway. I'd really like to get that one finished. Let's have a look in here. Alright. We need to fill this up. How are you doing in terms of steam pressure in here? Pretty good. Right. Hello. This can... Yep, if it's above 125, off you go. Let us clear some steam out of here into a rocket. I think we're probably about ready to, wow. Plastic, steel, 10 reed fiber, that's not enough. Let's try 100. Thank you. We'd probably also like to take some metal ores as well, so we'll do that too. But we're probably nearly at the point where we can raise that up. How are you doing in here? Where do they put thing? 500 grams. Yes, this should fill it up. Excellent, right. And let's take off. Let's change your destination. Right, we've got the thing. Which way do we want to go? Which of these do you reckon is interesting? Chat. Left or right, chat? It's your decision. Left or right? Right? Alright. Right is always the right way. We'll try. Okay. View interior. Let's check the crew. Camille is still the crew. Do we have some food in here? That's a point of interest. How much food do we have? We have 13 kilos of muck fruit, so that's like 13 days. Should be fine. Should be fine. Get me? Begin launch sequence. Eee. Hello. Let's view the interior. Camille. Come here, Camille. Take off your suit. Obviously, the first thing you're going to do is eat. Why would it not be? Alright, let's have a look at the star map. 13 kilos of buckwheat is less than 13 days food. Fair enough. Right. I think I want you to go there. Oh, can't go to there. Alright then. Get with the analysing here. How is Neo doing? Neo, what are you doing? You're idle. Have I been having the warning that you were idle? I don't know. You also don't have loads of food. I wonder if there's anything we can do about that. I mean, there obviously are some things we can do about that. You are a farmer, so you should have stuff to do. Right, okay. So that is going on merrily. You're sorted. This is coming down here. Let me sever this. Worry about that later. That is also going to come down here. We'll sever that. You there. Right. Come here. Come through. Oh, no, 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 no. Here. Across here. Right. Sure. Oh. Backsides. Backsides, I say unto you. Lovely. Alright. We do want to box these in. I can't remember why I want... Oh, I remembered. Because I might, in the future, wish to do a different thing with them. I realise that's not very informative, but it is nonetheless the answer. Because in the future, I might want to... 1, 2... make them... What am I saying, chat? In the future, I might want to make it a vacuum here. There you go. That is what I was trying to say. So we're gonna actually properly stick them in. We're literally in space discovering planetoids. Spoonwood, I have just sent Camille into space for that express purpose. To find some more stuff. So that we can go and see it. Okay. Yeah, no, we've just started. I wanted to launch a rocket, and then I was like, oh no, hang on, I can't go to any of these because we haven't actually explored them yet. So now we're going to have to do that. Do we have a great monument? We don't have enough science. We actually don't have enough data banks. I'm moderately surprised to tell you. But yes, the answer to that is we do not, because we didn't in the end have enough data banks. But that will also be addressed in due course. Sorry, I have prettiness things. So we were researching the Great Monument, but oh no, we do have enough. Ah, excellent. No, we do have enough, so it'll be all right. We do need some clean water though, noticeably. Is this all done now? Looks like it's all done now. We could dig this out. So let's work on that. Oh, apart from this one conductive wire, is somebody doing it? No. Okay. Alright, let's deconstruct that. It doesn't need to exist anymore. Deconstruct this. Let's leave that digging out for a second. Are we still doing some copper up here? No, we finished. There we go. Right, new printables. What do we got? Anything good? Yes, this is my copper volcano tamer. I mean, to say it's mine is probably as true as anything else. I mean, the ideas are pretty standard. It's not really a complicated state of affairs. We are going to fill a box with steam. We're going to run some steam turbines. We're going to run some stuff. We're going to cool our stuff, and then we'll probably actually... What we haven't done yet, oh yeah, we have, is we're then going to run it up here and cool it off this way as well. I'm not sure that that is where I want it to drop. I think we might, in fact, bring it out here. I'm probably going to try and fill this with hydrogen in a bit. To get better transfer Turner. I see. Have you dug yourself into a corner there? Okay. Come here. I want you. Don't do that. Cancel these. What I want you to do is at a like 9. I want you to build a tile in there. This tile is very important. Please build this tile. You're not doing it, are you? You're going to drop all of that now, aren't you? Did any of you get it? No, you didn't. Right, deconstruct this. Come on, that's it. No! It ejected it out sideways. Sweep that at a 9. Ah. That's very upsetting. Are you wooing because you're happy because my slime escaped? Nematrek, because that seems mean. Mean. I say to you. Fight it with zombie spores. I am not going to fight it with zombie spores, no. I don't have any zombie spores to fight it with, to be honest. This map was Spore Kid free. So yes, I don't even have any zombie spores with which to fight it. Well, we might as well, deconstruct that. There's no point in existing. It does literal nothing. If they'll be able to reach all of that. We'll see. I'll worry about it in a minute. This can get deconstructed. Yeah, we had no zombie spores at all. Oh, I haven't actually set this. This should be like, send a green signal if it's below like, I don't know, 120? And what are you doing? I don't know. We need to fill this. It seems like we should have access to plenty of polluted water if we just build a thing. There we go. You will need some power. Have some power. I think I'd really like for this to be self-powered, but I don't think that's necessarily going to work. So we might have to see about that. You are obviously supposed to be for refined metal. Excellent. Okay, so those things should be happening. I think here... Oh, you definitely can't be connected to this power wire. Alright, let's make sure we get rid of this. I think we might just dig across here. Is this actually a proper floor? These are 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. No. No, this floor's in the wrong place. It's not a proper floor. Yay! I was terrified for a minute that I had not, in fact, properly measured my floor, but I have. Copper can do self-cooling with 2 turbines. Why are you building 2 turbines if you're not planning on self-cooling? Fun and indeed games. Frankly. Partly because I built the space before I built the turbines, is the answer to that. We could... oh, I know why. It's because... I want this loop. I mean, we don't need 2 things. But I also want this loop to cool the metal as it comes through. So that is one of the things. That is one of the reasons we have a loop. Is it a good reason? Well, who knows. It's the reason I've got, frankly. Do I want to just cut across there? How do I feel about this as a... I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Let's just build across there. We'll also build across there. And then somewhere we'll put the bottom of the transport network. Why is there radiant pipes near the smart battery? To keep the smart battery cool. Charm itch. It'll be fine, obviously. It doesn't need radiant pipes. But why not? Actually, no, I know. I've got a reason why not. Let's not do that. That one, I've got a reason why not to do it. Partly because I was only half concentrating when I did it. Because I was also doing something else at the same time. Not entirely unusually. Right, you. Come here. Oh, you don't need to be that high, actually. Cancel those. Why is all this stuff in here? Oh, I know what it is. It's all of that stuff. Right, let's clear that. Fair. Yeah, no, the reason is often because I was only half thinking about it. Right. That's fine, I don't care that you're jammed there. I find it interesting that you haven't chosen to go back the other way. We can fix that though pretty easily. Pipes. Ah, yes, here. You need to come down here. And we need to move this pipe like that. Do you have any power down there? You do not. You need to get some power. And then we're going to get rid of this one. Because it's not helping currently. How are we doing for this? We are going to have a little bit of polluted oxygen down there. This one is doing very well, actually. This one is kind of stabilizing out. I am going to want to also... Oh, well, it won't matter, actually, when we make this one carbon dioxide again. Which we can do in a minute. Right, okay. Alright, that is going on. Neo! I feel I should give you something to do with your life. I don't know what we could give you to do, though. What can we give Neo to do? There isn't really anything for them to do. Should we bring them back to the other planet? I mean, this is their home, because they came out of the tank. Make them run infinitely? We could make them run infinitely. Make them a pip rancher? Build 200 temperature shift plates. Not yet. Make them suffer. Why don't we make them a little gym? Neo, actually, let's have a look at how good your athletics is. Your athletics is 11. Well, your athletics could be better. Here. Let's make you a tiny gym. Just here. Why not? We'll give you some wheels in here to run on as well. Can you build the automation? Anyone can build automation, right? Oh, they don't have any refined metal. Well, that's not ideal, is it? So maybe you can't have any automation. Any, automation. You might just have to run on the wheels. And like it. If I don't have any automation for you, I'm afraid. Rowan. Oh, I see what your problem is here. There you go. Let's get somebody to pay attention to this needing to be done. You finished building my dual tungsten volcano tamer on your test map. I think something to consider when you all understandably ask me why I didn't do this, that, or the other. Something that you should consider always is that I literally never ever build anything on a test map. So, you know, the answer is always, oh, well, I just built it that way. Because that is the way it is now. Camille? Oh, Camille. That's important. Where are you, space? That's it. This isn't what we wanted. Right. If we go here, you're only going to learn about these, aren't you? So we want to go up there so you can see that one. Go here. How's your food doing? That's not you. You got a little bit. Okay. I thought the answer was always I can't be bothered. Well, I mean, that's why I don't build anything on a test map, Kaylee. Also, welcome in. It is lovely to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Camille, why aren't you going on the telescope? Camille? 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 Oh, because you're not there yet. When are you getting there? It's going to take you a whole cycle. Wow. Alright then, Camille. Yes, I hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome in. This is all stuff and nonsense here today, for sure. Well, you see, why would we do anything complicated when we could, in fact, there's nothing in this bridge, is there? Nothing can be stored in a bridge. So let's sever this, and let's instead... Oh no, that's not going to work. Whatever. I thought I had a clever idea, but I don't. Oh, well, it'll work here. If we pour stuff out there, it should fill this and this, which is what I want to see. That'll do. Alright. Cancel. Lovely. So then you can... Ooh, why is there water here? I thought stuff couldn't hang out in a bridge. I mean, I'm obviously incorrect about that, but my understanding was that stuff could not, in fact, hang out in a bridge. So, I mean, I have questions. I have questions. You can't go out that way? Oh, because it's not finished yet. I see why. I see why you can't go out that way. There we go. That'll sort it out. Lovely. This is pretty much ready to go. Let's dig this out. Yeah, for the answer to B, I couldn't be bothered. I do have to have thought of the thing in discussion. And it is certainly fair to suggest that often I haven't thought of the thing in under discussion. And therefore cannot claim to have not bothered. And have to instead admit that I just didn't really think about it. Camille, why are you still idle? Are we still travelling? That's what I've got to say to that. Takes way too long. Alright then. How is this going? I also need to do less things simultaneously, which is not a core strength of mine. One would have to say. Maybe I could give the dupes less things to do. Seems unlikely, to be honest. Let's see what printables we've got. Oh, we've got some copper. Excellent. I could always do with some copper. Alright, let's have a look. The other thing we need here is a power transformer. That's the thing. A large power transformer. Just going to go here and connect into this. Then we need to actually run some power up here, or something. Down? I mean, we seem to be running it up and down here, which is alright. I'm relaxed about it. Right. Bridge. I mean, this can just cease to exist. It's not very important. You never have that problem. I mean, I sort of hope that the problem was forgetting what I was doing, because, like, I have obviously forgotten what I was saying. But it might be queuing up too much for the dupes to do. I mean, I would say that's probably a pretty common problem. But maybe not. Maybe other people are way more reasonable about how much they give their dupes to do. I mean, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't think you should be. I think you should be wildly unreasonable about how much your dupes have to do. Some of these are heavier than steam, so it won't work. Queue up too much stuff for your dupes is pretty normal for beginners. Thanks, Nematrak. They may only murder you a little bit. You always have that problem. Fair. Fair. I'm glad it's not just me, Arizia. Even if Nematrak would like me to believe it's mostly me. Harsh, I say. Harsh. Literally every stream. Right then, somebody sweep this refined carbon out of here. Oh, this has gone dormant. Like, I've actually spent so long building this that this has gone dormant again. Amazing. I'm pretty entertained by that state of affairs, I have to say. Right then. We are gonna pump this out. This should give us loads of time to fix it up though, which is nice. One of these. How much water was in here? You decided to tame it. It turns active the next cycle. Then when you're finally built up, it's going dormant. I mean, I would say that's pretty standard, wouldn't you? That feels like pretty much par for the course. This is full. Are you full? Nearly. Very nearly. Now you're full. What about you over here? Are you full? No. Not even to begin with. Ah, that's because nothing is needing to go over there. Right, well, this one's full enough, thank you. And, so is that one. We'll have to get all of that out of here. Let's deconstruct that. I'm actually going to make a considered effort to use meter valves from now on, so I don't forget to stop overfilling them. I mean, that doesn't entirely seem like enough fun, to be honest. There isn't very much petroleum here. Is this all the petroleum we had left? Really? I suppose we poured all the rest of it in here. Right. Base. Transit access. Here? Seems excellent. Do I want to build it out of lead? It doesn't overheat, so, like, it doesn't matter what we build it out of. Yeah, I know you don't have enough. But that is not currently a big deal. You will get enough in due course. And then we can actually have you do more trips in this. It would be nice. You'll enjoy it. I'll enjoy it. Someone will enjoy it. Yeah, I haven't really used the meter valves, I have to admit. They, I think when I tried them, I was aggravated that they had... Why? Why? Why isn't there an errand here? Oh, it's a visual bug. It doesn't exist. That's why there isn't an errand there. Because the thing doesn't actually exist. Fine. Okay. Hello. There you go. You just go off for a minute. And we might be able to fill this battery, maybe? No? What are you using power for, battery? Maybe you're just not getting any power. Does that make sense? Why wouldn't you be getting any power? Oh, because your power comes down from down here? But there is power down here. And nothing else is using... well, this is using it. This is one of those I have questions moments. Natural gas, natural gas, natural gas. Lovely. Right. Deconstruct. Cool. I realised my plan to have wild slicksters take care of my CO2 is doomed to fail. Turns out I forgot about the existence of long-haired slicksters. Is it not warm enough? Oh, this isn't a planet either. View interior. How much food have you got? Not that much. Well, I'm just trying not to starve you too much. I mean, you're not going to survive 3... Alright, I think we can send you one more out, and then we'll have to bring you back. One more isn't going to teach us anything, though, is it? No. One more is of no use to us. So I'm afraid you're going to have to come home. So that you don't starve to death on the way. The temperatures that cause scalding are also the temperatures normal slicksters live at. Ah, I suppose that is true, yes. I can see how that would be problematic. Alright. I would like to make some more petroleum. So let's work on that for a second. Other things I would like to do include pouring all of this out somewhere. Can we... Let's sever these lines for a second. And then we're just gonna pour this back into the thing. And there's fine. Doesn't matter where we do it. Cool. No. Yeah, that isn't gonna work. If I make it so that they just put the petroleum back in there, that isn't gonna achieve a lot. It must be said. Right. Let's deconstruct these two. Copy. And we can run that across there. I mean, it'll be a while, because we don't have anywhere near enough plastics. This should all be helping to eventually provide us with enough plastics, though. How are we doing? We don't have any more polluted oxygen in this setup. So you are going to go back to being chlorine. And that should hopefully quietly fix this. We're nearly there, actually. Just need to get this bit of oxygen out. And I'll be fairly happy with the whole setup. So, small bit of oxygen. If you'd like to come over here and be sucked up by this pump, I would appreciate it. Sort your life out, frankly. Otherwise we might just have to live with that tiny bit of oxygen. It'll be annoying, but I can live with it. For sure. Oh, excellent. That's pleasing. Did we get any of it when we did that? I mean, I guess there's a problem that there's not very much of it. Don't actually appear to be sucking it up there. Let's look at the gas. Oh no, we are actually loosing a little bit of it up on the world. We might have to stop this one relatively soon. I mean, this is fine. Well, it's still doing this. That's fine. If it starts to come any further down than this, we're going to have to stop it. In fact, we might just get a duplicate to deconstruct this one. When they've got a second. Yes, now we definitely want it deconstructed. So, never mind when they've got a second. Just turn off. Go on, you can do it. There's such a tiny amount left. Lovely. Right, come here. Let's put a bin back. There's supposed to be a bin in here to have dirt, so that the we can feed the mealwood. 25 grams. Nonsense. Stuff and nonsense. What is the pressure of this? Oh, that's why. Okay. Next problem's next. You don't have any power. Oh, that was the thing we were doing. We were going to extend this. It's fine. Like so. You need a bridge. I built one somewhere else. This conductive wire needs to go. Gas overlay. Got it. Got him. Alright, you can go. These can, I guess, also go. No, let's just sever it. Let's just sever it. It feels so cheaty, just being able to do that constantly. I have to say. Oh, speaking of severing things, you can enjoy a sever as well. Got him. Victory. Really? Surely you should, There we go. I knew there'd be a way to make you do that. Alright. So, there's a whole bunch of stuff that no longer needs to live here. Goodbye, various pipes. Thank you for your service. It's been moderately helpful, I guess. But we are done with you. Cheers. Oh, Camille. Oh no, Camille's coming back, isn't she? She's actually back. Have you left your... Yeah, of course you've left your suit up here. Right. Okay. Let's get someone to deliver a suit to one of these. How are we getting on with our monument research? We still have loads of material study to do. This takes a very long time. Printables. No, that's the wrong button. Excuse me. It's completely the wrong button there. Choose a blueprint. I'm not very excited about any of that. I guess we'll have some blossom seeds. We don't really need any ethanol for anything. Particularly imminently. We've got a vacillator recharge. Excellent. One of the mod added a user vacillator many times, so we'll definitely get one of them recharged. Where's the most sensible one to recharge? This one? Maybe. Recharge. Oh. We've actually practically got too much natural gas. We don't have enough barbecue. I mean, that having been said, we don't have enough barbecue, but we do have 750,000 calories of surf and turf. So, you know, the fact that we don't necessarily have loads of barbecue is probably fine. In the great scheme of things. Right, this can get deconstructed. And this one. And maybe this one if I can ever get behind the Drecos. There we go. Are we deconstructing that? Yes. This bin is supposed to have dirt in it. There we go. Oh, these can go as well. Cheers. And these ones. Thank you. Right. This thing. You are managing to shove out a surprising amount of the things that aren't steam, to be honest, but I don't think that's gonna work. I think I'll go in next time and actually just dig it out. Not dig it out, pump it out. Speaking of pumping it out. This one. Oh, I thought I'd built the thing. I thought I had built the thing. Apparently, I had not, in fact, built the thing. I'm disappointed to know I had failed to do the thing. Right. Hang on. Let's deconstruct this. And this one. Now we've got all the crude oil out of there. And then when they're gone, we can connect it back with the water. Plumbing. Liquid bridge. That way. These can go back in there now. This can get reattached This can go back up there. These can get deconstructed. I don't know what we're gonna... Oh, I know what we were gonna do with all this oil. We were gonna make a petroleum boiler. Oh, I don't think I'm doing that today, to be honest. Definitely don't think I'm doing that today. Might queue that up tomorrow. Excellent. Ah, Neo. I thought I built you some wheels to run on. I didn't give anything for your wheels to do, so you haven't bothered. I see. Apologies. You could also sweep up this eggshell that's here for no reason. Thank you. Have you got any food? You've got very little food. Even with crushing salt, I'm struggling with sand. What are you using all your sand for? Is my question. Are you just using it for, cleaning water? Why don't you have power? Ah, I see why you don't have power. That would explain it. Filtering my 2 polluted water geysers for food. I stopped using water sieves. Then my sand issues disappeared. Somehow, I am not surprised by that news, Neo. What did you do instead? Did you boil all of your water? Or did you just decide that you didn't care? Oh, there was a whole thing. Do you remember I cleared this space because I was going to grow bristle blossoms? That never happened, did it? Oh, there was a whole thing where I was going to use this. Do you remember that? Did I ever put an automation wire in here? Oh, I did. Amazing. Wonders will never cease. I had a whole thought where I was going to use this loop to cool some bristle blossoms down here. I just send my pea water elsewhere, like plants that need it, or something like that. And send clean water at 95 degrees C to my bathrooms. Fair. Fair. Yes. There was whole talk of me doing bristle blossoms to, so that we could actually feed people again. So we could make berry sludge. How many did I need? It wasn't loads, as I recall. But I think that means we might want to move where this goes. I think you might want to go up and down. Because I think on this side, I am gonna put... I might be extending this cooling loop down. Instead. So, let us disconnect. Like, let's destroy that. Right then. We would like to put some hydroponic tiles in. I don't think I needed loads. I don't remember, but I don't think I needed loads. If I put a whole bunch of hydroponics in like that, how many is this? This is a grand total of 15? I mean, that's probably almost as much as we need, to be honest. Did I say to be honest twice in that? I think I did. Sometimes I despair of my own existence, frankly. I don't know about you, chat, but this is a problem I have. It's straight up despairing of my own existence. I wonder if I could get I need a fun project to do while waiting for the core of the tree planet to solidify. I mean, solidifying the core of a planet isn't exciting enough for you, Charmage? Is this what you're telling us? Because it seems like that's quite a project to be undertaking there. Make liquid oxygen hydrogen 2 production. Sounds good. I like it. Oh, well, you built it now. I was going to say don't bother, but you've already built it, so it's fine. Not much room there because you've got a big battery box. You can build them in space. And that's what I'd do. I'd build them in space anyway. I wouldn't build them on the ground. Sorry, I've changed my mind again. So I think we're going to want to move these up a bit. I would like to look at some lighting options for potential bristleberries. Right. Do I need to... I only need to light the bottom of the plant, isn't it? This would light the 5 bristleberries below it. Am I correct? It is in space. Okay. Fair enough. If your battery box is already in space, I can see how that would be a thing. I'm sure this is true. I'm sure I know this to be a fact. So that would be... 1, 2... Like, we'd only need 3. It's not really enough to worry about, so... Seems fine. Right, let's get those built then. Hello, you. Do we have some, spare? Yes, we have spare capacity on you. Excellent. You've never tested if dupes can breathe liquid oxygen? No, I would have to say I don't believe that I have either. I have, thank you very much for the follow, Biggie420. Welcome in, I hope you're having a lovely day. I think I've only dipped them in the liquid oxygen in their suits. You don't think they can breathe the liquid? Are you sure that you're not just being pessimistic? No, you got yourself stuck again, haven't you? Oh well, sucks to be you. It seems like I don't need the last light. Let's have a little look. I only need it for 1, which is slightly disappointing, but unfortunately true. I'm gonna need it for this one just here. I could not use it, I guess. But, it's a small enough power investment that I am prepared to to go with it. Alright, I think I might want to do the thing that I largely never do, where you put like, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Does anyone remember what I said yesterday when I did the calculations? What did I say? Oh look, it's still actually on my screen. Dupe harvest, berry sludge. Oh, I need 14. And then 12 sleetweeds. Wow. We don't really need to feed 9 of them on the regular. So, we can probably cope. So, we could, theoretically, and I'll tell you why I'm considering doing this. Because I was thinking about doing the thing where you actually have a level of water underneath them that you hold to the correct level. Let me cancel those 2 for now and build them again later. Which would mean that we don't need this one. Because we would not be growing sufficient to warrant it. So I think I might do that. Let's plant up some blossoms. I actually don't have very many blossom seeds, which is kind of surprising. I kind of wish there was ladder skins. My high-tech hydrogen rocket with some sketchy wooden-looking ladders. You could download. There's the what's it called? There is the mod that there's the mod that does steel ladders. That's it. There is a mod that does steel ladders. That one might work for you. My dupes are breathing air from airflow tiles whilst underwater. Yes, we have previously discovered that they can do this. Because they can do it in exactly the same way that the fish can do it. I don't know, maybe you weren't watching when we did it. So I made a fish tank on another planet. On a different run, I made a big fish tank. The fish tank contained gulp fish and regular fish, and therefore polluted water and regular water, because the gulp fish themselves were cleaning the water. And what we discovered is that both the gulp fish can suck polluted water through the airflow tiles into another tank, and if a duplicant stands here, they can breathe through the tiles. This mod is exactly what I was looking for. I'm glad to hear it, Kenosis. I must admit, I was looking at them today and thinking, oh, steel ladders seem like they would be nice. I'd quite like a steel ladder. Oh, decorating doctoring supplier. If only I didn't already have one. Let's have some aluminum ore instead. So yeah, we did, that is because these are not going to be bristle blossoms. Biggie. That is why there is no space. Because these are going to be something else. They're in fact going to be sleetweeds. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Plant 11 of these to give the 11 less. We'll be able to make a fair bit of stuff out of that. So, I want to pour water in here. There's a good way to do it. I don't really want it to be hot water. It is kind of hot water that I have knocking around, though. I mean, to be fair, pretty much all the water is hot. Maybe deconstruct one of those so that we can keep the water in it. And we're also going to pour a bunch of water down here. Yes, yes. Life's complicated, I know. Sweep that stuff up. Dupes. Let's use some of this water, since we have some, to do a couple of things here. I'm going to fill both of these with some water. And then we're going to cool them. I haven't quite worked out how I'm going to cool them to two completely separate temperatures yet. I shall worry about it in a minute. But somehow we're going to sort that out. I mean, one of them we're going to cool with this. Do I have any other cooling knocking about? Not especially. This is hot. Oh, we have the base cooling loop. Huh. We could use the base cooling loop for bristleberry and actually use this cooling loop for sleetwheat. That might work quite well. Because then we can make this nice and cold, which we have absolutely no problem with at all. And this one is already at a reasonable temperature for cooling bristle blossoms. So that would mean that, like, you... What would we do with you? Oh no, you would probably want you to come out from here. You would go initially up and across into this, and then back into there. Or probably here, because otherwise it wouldn't work. But that could be achieved relatively straightforwardly. And it would just look like this. Alright, so that gives you a little loop. This is going to be slightly complicated because we sort of need to bring the loop down here first. How are you getting on? How much water do you reckon we need? Let's deconstruct this one briefly so we can let that air out. We probably don't need loads, right? We just need enough that it holds temperature. Please sweep this. Thank you. Also, if I'm building all of these, that's going to make it slightly more complicated. Are we sweeping these? Yes, we are. Good, good. There's some dirt here I'd like you to sweep as well. Thank you. Excellent work. Right, now you can build that one back. Oh, actually... No, I don't want you to build it back, do I? No, don't bother building that back. Because we need to get in there to build the pipes. That is a thing that we need to get in there to build. Right, we need some... Radiant? We probably don't need radiant for this one. We could probably get away with granite in this one. We might need radiant for the sleetwheat though, because it requires more cold. How much water you got in here? Seems like it might be enough. And we're going to use steel, because it's about the only thing we've got loads of, to be honest. I'm not sure we really need steel, but it is about the only thing that we have plenty of. Right. This pipe overlay needs to come down from here. How the... What's it? Are we going to make that work? You can be a thing and a thing. Thank you, things. I appreciate your thingness. Oh, yeah, I know. That way. Steve? How much water is in there? Okay. Yes, you're gonna need to be able to build a couple of these other ones. Let's deconstruct that one. I think they might be able to build them all if we just deconstruct that one. Okay, so then you can come down here. Yes, through all of this. You're gonna come into this. That way. Where are you gonna go back up? And how are you gonna reconnect? I've got a better plan. You should, in fact, come down here. Let's cancel these. Nope. Sorry. I assume this is gonna work. I don't strictly know. We can only hope. There you go. So, have it come down here. Does that work? There's nothing in it, so we can have a look. Right, you do this. You come down here, along here, and then back up and... yeah, probably that's fine. We are going to move that. That is also fine. You're going to do that. Let's cancel that and that. Water is... yeah, that's plenty. Hello, I'd like to sever this connection now, so you go up and do that. Thank you. I'd also like to sever those connections. This is going to connect to this. We are going to cancel that. We're going to sweep this stuff out. And this is why I can keep myself entertained pretty much indefinitely playing Oni. Because you can just spend hours doing this nonsense. Which I enjoy very much. Frankly. Right. What is going on there? Oh, I see. It's the animation of the natural gas container. I was concerned. Right, you. That way. That way. Sure. Doesn't really matter. Hang on. I've just remembered that we're still using that bit. So that's going to have to be deconstructed for a minute. Alright, so you come down here, around, through, up. Lovely. It should be nice and cold. Let's stick in a bunch of sleepweeds. This gets deconstructed. We do need something to fill this cooling loop, though. So that is the thing that we need to work out. You still don't have any power. Right there, that's the thing. What is this set on? Can we have it so that you send a green signal if you're actually below absolute zero? That should be fine. Barbecue is still alive. You may be pleased to know, Nematrek. Right, how about down here? In other things that we were doing. Deconstruct. Have you emptied this? We never built this. Oh, there's too many other things to build with plastic. You can take it out of the rocket, you know. Well, you have taken it out of the rocket. Okay. Oh, you probably put it in the other rocket, didn't you? Yeah, alright, well, whatever. We might need it in the other rocket, it's fair. You always use polluted water for the coolant, Knossos. That is almost certainly what we're going to use, yes. I just haven't got around to doing it yet. Frankly. I mostly use polluted water, especially in these days where, you know, you just don't get access to anything good for ages. No super coolants for us anymore. Okay, we have to remember to actually come down and fix this. I'm going to put this slightly higher than the transport network, because, like, I don't care so much about that. They have stuff and things. Oh, we do also have to feed these things. That is another problem. What is this? Visual bug. Okay. I'll worry about how I feed them in a minute. Also, I might want to pump this out and put a better atmosphere in there. I don't think it'll really matter. They're not, I don't think they're massively picky about their atmosphere. Oxygen, polluted oxygen, carbon dioxide. No, they're both relatively happy. Visual bugs. What is this about shine bugs? The shine bugs are absolutely fine. They are continuing to live rent-free in my base for no reason. For endless generations. Just because I can't be bothered to do anything with them. One might suggest they have a slightly charmed life. Right, polluted water. Where were we going to get that polluted water from? That's not really enough, is it? All things considered. We might have to get it from down here on this. We could do some repurposing, as we often do, and use this to repurpose into this. Let's fill this up with water, with sufficient water first, and then we can be on it. If I might be running hot water in to feed these plants, is it better to put that in an insulated pipe or in a regular pipe in order to have it not stifle them and then take their temperature from the thing underneath? Does anyone know? Ooh, grubfruit preserve. Come here. Do not eat the grubfruit preserve for me. I would like you to put freshener spice on that, which I believe you should be able to do. The hydroponics hot water will rapidly raise their temperature regardless of pipe. The hydroponics tile will exchange heat with the liquid inside it. So we probably want a pipe that will transfer temperature with the hydroponics, so that we can pull the temperature from here. This is my belief. Is it correct? Who knows? Certainly I don't know, but that seems to be what that would mean in terms of what we should be doing. You there. Right, you're actually active, so this is going off every now and again. Good. That's fine. Did we finish all the mess over here? We've got a bit of mess of power wires. Oh, hang on, not that. Oh, good grief. Don't do that, or that. That is just me being ham-fisted. And instead, I would like you to put back... Why is this igneous rock? I always build them out of granite. Upsetting. I would like you to put those back. Thank you. I'd also like you to deconstruct these. I'm moderately surprised to discover that they have not already been deconstructed. Hello, Emily. Welcome in. I am largely engaged in tiny, ridiculous projects for no reason. So it's pretty much a normal day of the week, to be honest. Let us... I'm also gonna want to have a liquid lock here, so we can keep the temperature inside. Okay. This is sorting itself out. Lovely. This is filling. I'm trying to make some space foods so that we can, well, actually go to space. Because I attempted to send Camille out to have an investigate of the star map, but we actually just don't have enough, what's the thing called? Food. We don't have enough food to make that work. So what are we missing? We're missing 0.1 of a mealwood seed. That's pretty funny. Are we still feeding you guys mealwood seeds? We are. What if we were to not do that anymore? How would you feel about that? If we decided to just not do that anymore? Going for berry sludge. Absolutely, yes. Nice, easy space food. That is the plan. Oh, hang on. How much water have we got in here? Not quite enough. It's coming along. Right. You appear to be a fully formed petroleum lock, so let's get rid of that. You can now be a fully formed petroleum lock. Okay. Give me 1 second. I will be right back. Right. We return. How is this going? I still want to put some more in. I've backed up my natural gas. Oh, hello. These can get deconstructed. They don't need to be here. We should be making a fair bit more plastic shortly as we shear all these Drecos who haven't been here for ages. And hopefully they will now start to regrow their coats in my beautiful, fully functional Dreco ranches. And because the ranches are indeed fully functional, I'd really like to open this door. It's probably easiest to do it this side. We get rid of this shearing station. We can build a couple of tiles here and then get the door in. I like the new channel art and animations. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you very much. I have found a theme that seemed pretty nice, that I was happier with than the ones I've been able to find before. They handily match the alerts that we were using anyway for followers and all of that, so that's kind of nice. I'm sort of happy about that. And it's sort of nice to have a whole, you know, vaguely more professional looking thing. Also, it's nice to just have a bit more what is the word I'm looking for here? It's nice to have a bit more options in terms of scenes and such like, which this gives me. Oh, the keyboard is actually my keyboard. It should be still one of the images on the Twitch page, though no longer the one that you see if on my actual video feed if I'm not live. But yeah, no, that is my actual keyboard. When I got my lovely keyboard, I played with the settings for a bit and made it do a non-binary flag on it to entertain myself. And I was indeed entertained. But unfortunately, it's very difficult to get the image sort of clear enough and nice enough to be sort of great, so no bad thing to have another option there. But yes, there is quite a lot of hidden non-binary theming that goes on in terms of my colours and all of that. What the hell? What do you mean you're overheating? Do you have overheats? Oh, let me make you out of gold. I'll be fine. I'd like to make you out of gold anyway, really, because I don't have very much copper. Somebody doing this? Leofar is literally doing it as we speak. Thank you, Leofar. Can we sweep up all this stuff? Appears to be a lot of stuff here. I sort of think that maybe Leofar didn't get to actually doing it. Maybe they did. Alright, what are we doing next? What is this? Why is there polluted dirt all in here? I don't know. Something probably went off. Who knows what? I should probably know what, to be honest, but I do not. Okay. So, what else are we trying to do? We're trying to do space stuff. Oh, we're trying to make sure that Neo doesn't starve. That was a thing that we wanted to make sure of. Neo? You appear to have generated some food for yourself. You are nearly out of Swamp Chard hearts, though. Yes, please. You're doing blossoms and wheat in the same temperature zone. Do they share ranges? They do not. So, these two loops underneath them are different. They're on a different loop. So this one with the sleet wheat runs on this one. And the bristle blossoms are just going to run off our... base cooling loop. Speaking of which, they could probably do that now. Or at least a little bit. Let's cancel that. We are probably gonna need that. So I'll do it that way. And we'll run it back that way as well. So my hope is that we'll be able to run them in the same place. I haven't quite figured out how I am gonna ensure that they get water, to be honest, yet. And that water is probably going to be quite hot, so we'll have to see how it goes. But we're going to give it a go. I can't really... Yeah, this is definitely an I can't be bothered to do it properly. Kenosos, thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription. Congratulations, you are the 30th subscriber. Thank you so much. Your generosity is very much appreciated. All the support is really lovely. I am glad that you have found the channel and that you are enjoying it. Thank you very much. There we go. Water? Yeah, that should be enough. Right, so there's some coming up here. There is. Oh, it's probably enough though. Let's get that deconstructed. Thank you so much. Yes, you do reach over there. Do you? No, you don't. Oh, well, balls. I'm gonna need another light after all. Disappointing. That's what I've got to say to that. That is a disappointing state of affairs. I mean, I'll live with it, but disappointing. Can we please sweep this up fairly urgently? Oh, I know how we can fill this cooling loop pretty easily. We can just fill it from this cooling loop, to be honest. Right. I would like to sever the connections here. This becomes a complete loop. Like so. And here we're going to do a... that's not the thing I wanted to do. This is the thing I wanted to do. In fact, just gonna fill this loop from this loop. We have loads of polluted water over here in the tank still, so we'll just do that. Really, how are we doing? We're doing a pretty good job of keeping this area in general coolish. I mean, apart from in here, which is not supposed to be cool because it's for growing bristle blossoms. It looks like it might actually get a little bit too hot for bristle blossoms shortly. Oh, no, it won't. They go up to 85. They'll be fine. Apologies, bristle blossoms. I was incorrect. What do we got here? We've got some coal. Thank you, coal. That'll be fine. Right. Didn't I say I wanted these to be regular pipes? Sure I had a thing saying that I wanted them to be regular pipes? So... yeah, sorted. Let's deconstruct that bridge. I always combine the cooling loop with irrigation in my farm. The water circles around in the farm to even out the temp and irrigates the plants at the same time. And then I just bridge new water on. I like it. I definitely like it as an idea. Is that not more difficult for sleet wheat though? Considering you've got a very small temperature range if you're using clean water, which is what they want to be fed. I mean, for bristle blossoms it makes perfect sense. You can do it really easily, but it seems like it might be problematic in sleet wheat. You just need a what's it? A heat sink? Alright, so I think the way we're going to do this is we're going to say these are in fact bridges. I'll sever that there. And deconstruct this here. They're going to come in like this. So these should be invited to do this, then that, and then the other thing that they're going to do, which is to go down here slowly and surely and join this. Polluted water cools a pool of water. Pool of water cools the water going into the sleet wheat. I have a small temperature buffer pool. Works like a charm. I can specify the farm temperature to the exact degree. Fair. Right, so I want this to be on if the temperature is above, like, 10, I would say. That will require us actually connecting it to the power now, which is something that I had not been doing. There we go. Let's get you connected up to the power. We'd also probably like this one connected because it's supposed to do something that it isn't currently doing. I suspect that you all have more experience with doing this than I do. But we'll see how it goes. So this is going to take a while for these to cool for sure. But hopefully our aquatuner here can get on it and work on cooling things down. It's also going to make it weirdly cool up here, but I mean, that is the last thing it hits, so. We'll see how it goes. Actually, you probably need to be lower than that. Can we have you at 0 instead? For the sleet wheat. Lovely. This is now full. You can go. This pipe can go. And yes, largely I'm going to hope for the best apart from that. Why aren't you growing? You're also too hot. Oh, it's going to take quite a while for this to cool that water. Especially since I didn't use radiant piping in here. Oh well. We'll wait. We'll wait. I mean, the bristle blossoms at least aren't actually wasting any resources while we do that, so we don't have to deal with it. I came up with this once and it worked so well that I repeat it every time since. Do you have an image, Emily, that you could share with the Discord? Oh, I also need to look at Nematrek's decontamination picture that he shared earlier with me, and I ignored him because I didn't care that my water was full of germs. Maybe I should have cared. Maybe it is cruel of me. Okay. Tanks on doors. Automation opens door if not full or full? Other doors are stuck together. I can make one. That would be lovely. Not full. Opens doors if not full. Okay, because that'll disable the one at the front, so it will stop stuff happening until that one fills. I think I see the way it works. Yeah, that's going to take forever. This should hopefully take less forever, but these are both going to take a little while to get going. So we can ignore them now for the foreseeable. We'll come back and check on them at another point. I've got some more power wires that I'd like to get rid of. This is slowly coming together, which is sort of nice. You are a vacuum. Right, let's get rid of you. I'm going to want to fill this with hydrogen, ideally. I don't think I can be bothered to run a hydrogen pipe all the way down from up here. So I think we're going to do a different thing, which is we're going to use a canister filler. And where would I like this in the list of things? Probably like it sort of like it to do this. What if I don't want this to be in copper? Well, I suppose I do. And then into there. So let's get them to build that. You shared a heatsink? It's quick and dirty. I see. I think I, in general, understand the principles, but it's always worth checking. Because sometimes you guys explain stuff to me and I'm like, yeah, I think I get that. And then I look at it and I'm like, no, I don't get it at all. I have no idea what is happening here. Right, I would like to think these might be self-powered. That might be hopeful, frankly. Might be unduly hopeful, but we'll see. Welcome in, Svelf. It is good to see you. I hope that you are having a good day. Lovely. Alright, we're going to fill that with hydrogen. Critter starvation? Yeah. These guys don't really get enough out of the Sweetles to keep them alive. I'm surprised we've still got any sulfur, to be honest. We've been feeding them for a really long time without ever, generating any additional sulfur. So I'm pretty surprised that that is working out. I mean, this is going to take 4 literal ever to cool down. This one will get there in the end. Being lured into the Discord. I mean, that is the great trouble of Discord. You constantly get lured into new ones. Right then. What am I doing next, chat? What are we gonna do next? Any ideas? That's gonna take a while. So space is gonna take a while. This... I could try and fill this up with water, I guess. To deal with it. Sweetles are immortal as long as you don't cramp or confine them. They won't die off. I mean, that is true, actually. We could stop feeding them. I think that was why I was happy to feed them. Are we running out of sandstone? No. We're just running out of energy to bother feeding it to the hatches. That's fine. Because I think I decided that it didn't really matter, because then we could just stop feeding them when it became a problem. Which is certainly still a thing we can do. I guess we could stop feeding them. If I just empty that, then they can eat that and they'll never eat any more. That'll be a complicated screenshot. There's a lot going on that's not relevant because it's all so tightly integrated at this point. Fair. Absolutely fair. It is entirely your choice whether you can be bothered. Right. So. Water. Comes down to oil wells. We haven't got any power in these oil wells, it's worth noting. And I haven't as yet worked out how I can sort that out. Right, you don't want to move past here. Even though now you have an exit. Because you're desperate to go to green. That is fine. We can help you with that by means of giving you this. And that should encourage you to go down there. Now, we need to think about how we're going to power these. We got 3 of them. How much power do they use? They use 240, and then they're going to need a pump and a other thing. What is the other thing? Gas pump. So 246 18. Yeah, it's going to be over 2 kilowatts once we sort that out. So let's get on this. Thank you very much for the follows, Ralph. It's very much appreciated. Right. That's fine. These need to go so we can put stuff in. Oh. Right. How hot is it ever going to be? It's not really ever going to be hot enough to require steel. Should always be cool enough that we can use gold amalgam. And the other thing we want to build is a way out for our oil. Scandalous. I was often watching and lurking and never followed. I'm really sorry. You do not have to be sorry at all, Svalf. I have the same thing often. For one, I am an inveterate lurker, so it would be rare for anyone to be able to tell that I am ever in their stream. And then, yeah, for another, I'm terrible at remembering to follow, so not a concern at all. Well, I suppose where we want to put these joint plates, it depends somewhat on where we want to get the power from. I assume we want to get the power from this. Which I think we're going to manage in this fashion. Right, let's deconstruct all of this nonsense. I want this all to go. And this. And, you know, I'll regret it when that isn't self-powered at all. But we'll worry about that another time. Which is normally my way of going about things. Oh, more grubfruit preserve. Do I want any of these instead? No, I want more grubfruit preserve. And then we slowly want to make it fresh. Is there a way of telling? Seasoned. Fresh. So, change 2% per cycle. I thought you said if I used the spices they would be, fridges can be set to spiced only. I thought if I used the freshness spice, this wouldn't go off, but it still has 2% decay a cycle. Am I missing something? Nematrek. It's getting fresher. Is that so? Hang on. I need to look at something that's outside. Is there some food that's outside somewhere that I can compare it to? There's got to be something. And we can have a look. I know where we can have a look. We can have a look at stuff in the fridge. Because there's stuff in the fridge. Oh yeah, it is. It's getting fresher. That's insane. That is literally insane. Right. So, up here, I'd like to view the interior of this. There is a slight problem that I don't really want the muckroot to leave this fridge. But if I set it as spiced only, they're going to take the muckroot out. I don't want another fridge. What if we put it in the other one for now? No, I want it in this one. Yeah, I know. Grubfruit preserve. Now, we do need a way of getting that grubfruit preserve out of my fridge. But that we can... my freezer, rather. But that we can sort out fairly straightforwardly. Because we can put a fridge over here that doesn't even need power, where we can store spiced only grubfruit preserve. Only if you deep freeze and sterile atmosphere the food. How long will it last when I put it in the rocket then? Because wasn't that what you were telling me, that it would be fine in the rocket? If it's grubfruit preserve, it lasts indefinitely. Oh, because you can't get it out of there now, can you? If I put that up to a 6, we'll be able to make it work in a minute. It's going to be a little bit of faff while I faff. Right, hang on. Let us faff merrily. It only restores freshness with deep freeze and sterile. Fair. Alright, let's deconstruct that. I could make more grub fruit preserve, I guess. I could stop feeding these. We don't really care about these. We have a lot of critters that we don't really care about and aren't actually really adding very much to our existence. But, I mean, such is life. That is going to literally take forever. I only vaguely care. Right. Spiced food only. I guess all is fine. Oh yeah, so... I mean, I suppose theoretically... well, it's in the fridge, isn't it? I know the community hates gantries, but I like using them to live my space mission fantasy. Fair. That was why oh no, how long has this been going? Hang on. If that's going on, it's going on because this is like over 200 degrees C in here. Stupid conductive plates. Never achieving what they're supposed to. That's what I've got to say to that. Some general aggravation of aggravation type things. Alright. We're going to pour a little bit of liquid on here. Will any amount of liquid do? Very much. I'd like you to stop doing that. Cheers. I mean, to be fair, it probably means that this is filled up again, is it? Yeah, it does. You know what? Right, come here, you. We could build one of these here. And a joint plate, like here. Let's deconstruct that for a minute and we'll put a joint plate in. Yes, I once built jet suits for almost exactly that purpose. That it sort of felt like you could have jet suits, you should have jet suits, it'll be exciting. The problem being that I did not properly, would be a polite way of putting it, I didn't properly ensure that there was a sufficient oxygen flow to my jet suits before I put my dupes in them, and they suffocated. Which was moderately disappointing. Funny. It was definitely funny, but slightly disappointing. So, that was the thing that happened. Why haven't you got any power? Ooh, do we not have enough power? Ooh, amazing. How much have you been on recently? Well, you haven't even been on that much. It's only just now you don't have enough power. I suppose I have disconnected this steam turbine, but this steam turbine's been overwhelmed, so it's probably not doing its thing anyway. We can probably turn you off for a second, to be honest. Send a... if it's above, like... there we go. We'll just turn that off for a minute. I wish jet suits didn't cause as much lag as they do. I wish that too. It seems a shame, doesn't it, that they're so incredibly unusable. Why would you have such a cool thing and then make it so deeply balked, essentially. It's sad times. What have you got in here? Oh, you've got berry sludge in here. Oh, take all of that out. I don't want any of that in here. Put it in the other one. Oh, you can't put it in the other one. God damn it. No, I haven't got any room for it there. Where can I put it? I haven't got any room for another fridge anywhere. Help, I need a secondary fridge and I've got no room for one. I probably don't need this this thing here. We can probably put another fridge here. So that I can put all that stuff in there. Okay, these are going to be going on until the end of time, pretty much. Right, power. That's what we were thinking about. Oh, and how we didn't have any. That was the other thing that we were thinking of. So, we don't have enough power, but what we do have is a whole bunch of natural gas, and we're only going to get more natural gas. So it seems like it's probably time that we built some natural gas generators, frankly. And we're going to do that by means of finally digging into this slime biome and being rid of it. I don't know what we're going to do with the water. I'll think of something in a minute. But currently it's in the way, so goodbye, slime biome. I'd say we barely knew ye, but it's like cycle 420, so you know. Seems like you've probably been you've had a good run, I think is what we'll say. I think we'll say you've had a good run there. Possibly better than you should have. 420 slime doesn't sound right. I know. I've just been like, I mean, to be fair, it's not like we've been lazy. We have been, you know, doing stuff the whole time in this. It's not one of those runs where we've spent ages just like not doing anything. But certainly there's still plenty that we could have done before now that I haven't bothered with. Alright, in you get. I'll give you something exciting to do for a bit. You need to keep an eye on this. Is anyone going to do this? I would like you to think this is slightly more important. Leofar? Hang on, why is Leofar considering it? Leofar should only be considering doing this. Hello. This is what Leofar should be considering doing. Research. Yes. Definitely be considering doing more of that. Excellent. I'm still on your way, Ashcan? You are. Oh, that's probably you now. Hello! Oh, you absolute muppet. I suppose at least it's only there, but still. What did they drop? They dropped the petroleum that they brought all the way up. Slowly our vol numbers are diminishing. Because we do have the occasional Delectavols showing up. But yeah, I'm hoping the new trait and whatever changes they bring in around that will help us with... look at that, that's worked immediately. Just feed them some dirt to breed them. I don't really want to. Although that is possible, it's not something that I am particularly excited to do. Alright, that looks like that's got that going. So you can go back to whatever I had you set at. Like, I don't know, 20 is probably fine. You don't need to be on that much. In fact, I tell you what, I'm going to set you to 30. This is set to 40, right? It is, yeah. So you should be off slightly more regularly, because we don't need to be using all that energy in there. But yeah, I'm hoping that the new trait will make Delectables sort of a goer, because like I'd really like to use them, and we haven't really had an opportunity. Slowly, slowly. Even slower, but... Right. You lot are getting in here. This stuff needs to go as well, because essentially I want to expand this down, and that means that a bunch of this needs to go. Thanks. The new trait, you mean difficulty setting? Yes, possibly. You know, the general suggestion that there will once again be meteors is what I'm thinking of here. I mean, you should probably get deconstructed. I don't know what you're actually pouring down there, but we probably don't want you to. I would say. My general thought is that that's probably not something we want to happen. Oh, who should we stick in a vacillator? Right then, we're going to stick someone in the vacillator before the end of the day, and that's going to be our end. Who shall we vacillate? Camille already has a sunny disposition. We've already stuck Emily in. Is there something we would want? I suppose we'd want a digger. Let's see about making a digger better. Which digger would we like to make better? We also probably want to give Jorge some skills. Including taking them towards suits. I have a field researching hat. Which digger? Amari? Maybe Amari. Yeah, let's see if we can get something good on Amari. Bubbles. You want to do Bubbles? Is Bubbles a digger? No, Powerpuff Girl's a ranger. She's no good. I don't care about rangers. They don't need anything. Amari, however, can definitely have his brains shaken. Maybe. He's apparently on his way from somewhere. Shaken, not stirred. I mean, yes. I would say there isn't any stirring. Though who knows what comes out of that, like, headpiece. Beefsteak? I mean, it's alright. It's alright. Well done, Amari. Right then. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Thank you very much to Willow for the raid. To you all for the subs and gift subs for the follows. I hope that you all have a lovely rest of your day. I will be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. GMT. We will do more of this. We may even grow some crops. I might actually run the game a little bit tonight so that we can get the crops growing so that we can take off to space. I think that would be nice. we will continue our raid on to Arisia. Dyson Sphere? Dyson Sphere? What are you doing, Arisia? Dyson Sphere. Yeah, alright then. Well, I've said it now. We'll go and see Arisia playing some Dyson Sphere. Have a lovely rest of your day, everyone. I hope to see you again tomorrow. Thank you so much. Don't forget that you can support the stream if you would like to, and it's always very appreciated. Apart from that, come and support Arisia's stream with me, or possibly instead of me, because I'm going to run away, as ever, to eat something. But I am sure that Dyson Sphere will be fun. Have a good one, everyone. I hope to see you again soon. Bye.